Yeah, baby. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you, James. Good to see you, Doc. Thanks again for that resub. Very kind of you. Appreciate that. Hope everybody's having a good week. We're going to do a little speedrun de-rusting today. I'm going to leave the music on, though, because this game just has like a buzzing boat engine noise. It's pretty dope. What's up, N39? How you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good week. Good to see you. Just get some things adjusted here. I'm gonna be relying on my chat over there today. Don't spill your tea, dude. Because I'm going to have that PDF open where I typically look at chat over here. So I'm going to have to rely on this other computer over here. Having a good week so far? Hell yeah, good to hear. Should be good, I think. Alright, let's get into it. This is Donald Duck's Speedboat. Getting cold there? Your poor nipples? Damn. Make sure that, make sure you moisturize those nipples. You don't want those getting chapped. Actually, I can't even see any of my fucking OBS, so... because the game window is large, the PDF is in the way, so... It's like I'm not even streaming right now if I'm just looking at this computer. But over there I can see that everybody's here. So, let's get going. I should probably turn my controller on. I'm not going to do any actual speedrun timing tonight. I'm not going to like pull up my timer or anything. I just want to go through and just do some practice. Follow my guide and kind of get a feel for meshing each screen together. Ooh, that's hot. Alright. Here we go. See, if I mute this music, this is what we're going to get from Donald Duck Speedboat. Are you ready for this? It's actually kind of loud, I think, so I'm going to put that down to about here. Let's see what that does. Let's go down just a little bit more. And then, yeah, see, if I don't put any music on, this is all we hear the whole time. And that's pretty boring, so we're not going to do that. Oh shit. My Stella crashed. Hang on. That's not farts, that's motorboating. There we go. We're back. So yeah, I'm just gonna play a bunch of random music. Shuffle playlist. How is that music level? Not the game music, obviously, but how is the OC remix music compared to my mic? We'll go with that for now. See what happens. Alright. I do need to actually have the music on, the actual audio from the game on, though. Well, maybe I don't. Hang on. Can I just disable that for now? I sure can. Alright. Here we go. Good? Alright. Perfect. Thank you. Here we go. So there are only like, what, 10 screens on this game? And what we're trying to do here, our first little glitch, and this is how I got the record in the first place, how I got it off the one dude, is I figured out if you are 1 pixel line above the bottom of this middle rock, in this, here, it's, I'm not explaining well, okay. Let me not go into the rock yet. See this cluster of, like, 4 rocks right to the right of me? The third one down, if you line up to it with 1 pixel row underneath you, you'll go right through it every time. And so the goal is, we need to get good at going down about 5 or 6 pixels on this screen as we're speeding up, so that, see, I went too far down there, but as we run up to this, we can just zip right through it. And that's the difficult part, because there's no visual reference for it here, so you just have to feel it, and that's what's going to be the most difficult. But yeah, cheating, exactly. So, let me see if I can share this. Actually, I don't need this all the way that big. Sorry, there's like less flow to this kind of stream because I've got different resources open and I'm referring back and forth, so it's not as like streamlined and free-flowing as typical stream. I feel like this goes against the spirit. Hell no. Hell no. Donald loves it. Donald just wants to get out there and fucking motorboat some shit. He's going right between those rocks because they look like big boobies. What am I looking for? Media source? Image? Does image count as PDFs? They're image based. But new? Come on, OBS. It's technically an image. Sorry, I'm going to share this this PDF so I can point out what I'm doing. Media source? It's a great song. No PDF there either. Do I need to do a fucking browser capture probably, I guess? A local file. I don't even have that shit open here. Wait, I need to interact with this. I need to close this fucker. Will that do? That'll do. Alright. But now can I interact with it? Whatever. Okay. So I need to interact with it again. Fuck. I'm not used to fucking around with this shit. Does this change when I do this? Can I go to the next page? Can I just scroll now? No? Let me scroll, bitches. I don't want to have to like go over here each time and do that shit. Why you not let me scroll? Okay, I can scroll with my keyboard anyway. Alright, so we need to move down a little bit on this screen so that we can hit this rock here. That's our first goal. Once we can go through there. So this is how I got the record, was I found this glitch and I knocked the original holder off. And then it sat there for a while until somebody apparently saw my glitch and they decided, oh, there's another rock later on that you can glitch. So that's fine. So I went through every fucking screen and I tested for rock glitches and all that shit. And I think this is the ideal path. So we're going to move down a little bit. We're just going to be working on these first two screens here for a bit until we consistently do this. But after screen 2, we're going to move all the way to the top to pass through the rocks. See, here we go. So we go all the way to the top, and we've got another situation like that where If we're all the way to the top, we don't even have to judge this one. This is just an automatic. We're gonna pass through that. And then we have to go down to the middle of the screen. And this is our next tricky test here, is we have to go straight through these two islands. If you go too high or too low, you're going to slow down because you're going to hit the grass. So what we need to do is there's like one straight fucking line right here so that you can sort of just zip through. So we're gonna try to get to that point. What's the ideal path to take through? The gnarliest path is to quack through the waves, dodge those bogus obstacles, and totally shred the aquatic course. But for real, check Gresco's rad guide they just dropped. Hell yeah. Shh, Frosty, nobody's supposed to know about that guide. They're gonna knock me off the leaderboard. Bad robot. Alright. So next screen we're gonna get to Huey, Dewey, and Louie. We just have to avoid them. Just either go up or down here and then get back to the middle screen, because middle screen we're going to need to line up for another rock glitch. Once we do this, we exit the screen at the top again, and then we're going to avoid these fishies. And then after the fishies, there's a tornado. So what we need to do here is, after we dodge through those, we're going to go to the top of the screen again, and that makes us safe to fly straight across above this tornado. And then we just go straight across one more time. There's another rock glitch. And then we're going to have to go back down and line up for like a screen 1 to 2 transition rock glitch. So this one's going to be tough again. And once we do that, we're done. You just head to the finish. Simple as that. Simple as that. Let's give it a shot. Let's do some practice. We're talking about practice, chat. Donald Duck is just chilling, getting his motorboat on. So I'm wearing my chill Yeti shirt, so we can vibe with him. See, look, we hit those first couple screens perfect, but then I hit this, so that's not good. Too high. Too low, rather. Stay high, Gresco. There we go. Gonna go up. Gonna go down to about there. Shit. See, I need to be like one more up. It's fine, we'll go and just do a little practice. Oh, is this one? See, I get lost. I get lost in my guide here. So after Huey, Dewey, Louie. Oh yeah, we have to go through these ones down here. What's up, Grizzleby? How you doing, dude? You're having a good week? Good to see ya. I wonder if I can pull this up just a touch for tonight, since I can't really see my streaming screen anyway. I'll do this, then I can see all of chat there. Perfect. Alright. So what we fucked up here is we need to, and we can't backtrack anymore, but we needed to line up to this one right below us. So we're gonna restart here. Oh, and so if you're seeing on my controller, what happens here is if you just hold forward, he just goes slow. He just sort of, what do they call it? Like a trolling motor, a little electric motor that doesn't go more than like 2 miles an hour for low wake zones. But then if you hold the action button and you do that, he'll actually speed up over time. It takes to about there to get to full speed, so that's why you see me holding that button over there. Oh, baby. Oh, I fucked that one up. I need to go through there. Alright, let's just... And then I currently have this set up to just start a new game, where it just starts at the beginning again, my start button. My select button will create a new, it'll reset the Atari, basically, so it takes us back to the title screen. When I'm actually doing speedruns, you're going to see me starting from this screen, because the timer starts now, as soon as Donald shows up on the screen. But it's easier for me to just start from here for the practice. I might also do some save states to kind of practice certain screens. Can't hit this now. Donald is the famous pantless character like Winnie the Pooh. He is. Ducks don't wear pants, and there was another Disney game that I played a long time ago, where we discussed why that is. Like, why does Donald wear a shirt but not pants, but Mickey wears pants, but I don't think he wears a shirt, does he? It's because duck nipples are more offensive, because they look like little penises. Just floppy little penises hanging off his boobs. This is fucking hard, because it literally is one row, one pixel row. There it was. Ooh, that was nice. That felt good. Shit, that did not feel good. But now we can go through it. This is why I can't handle, at least I don't think I can, I wouldn't be able to handle longer speedruns, because like the practice, it just like, it's not even the practice is its own thing, but whenever you're trying to do actual runs and you fuck up like 30 minutes into a run and then you have to start over, that's just like mentally fucking devastating to me. Shit. Is that why Mickey wears gloves? Because of mouse fingers? Well, I just assume that assume his dick is more offensive, so he has to wear pants. I think he wears the gloves just because he's a gentleman. He's a gentle mouse. No, I don't think we discussed this bit of it, but I'm assuming that since duck nipples look like mouse penises, then mouse penises look like duck cloacas, right? So Mickey's just got a big old egg hole down there. I'm guessing that's how it works. I mean, logically, that's how science works, right? Come on, Donald. Ba-da-ba-dum-dum-dum. So close. I was one pixel too low. One pixel too high. See how tough it is? It's like, you gotta really just be on the right fucking pixel row. But if you can start off and you can get this one, then you're golden for a few screens. It's just getting that one that's so tough. Minnie? I don't even want to think what kind of mess Minnie's got going on. Come on, Donald. You can get through there. Just squeeze your boat right between those rocks. It's like I was 2 pixels too low. One pixel too low. Honing in on it. Come on. That was way too low. Come on, Donald. I need to find one of those like now playing extensions that I can put on the screen when this music is playing on streams like this. Because this song's from Mega Man 8 and it's pretty badass. Come on, Donald. That's 4 pixels. It's 5 pixels. Nope. This is 6 pixels. There we go. So it's 6 pixels down. You'll notice that the rocks have shifted. I think that just has to do with the way that Atari worked with the vertical hold shit and how it scanned. That'll happen. Fuck you, Donald. Damn it. It's a good song. Fuck, man. Anybody else do any speed running? Isn't this the best part, where you just do the same screen over and over again for hours? See, this is the shit why I was like, I don't know if I should do this on stream, because I don't know how entertaining this would be to chat, because I know it's just gonna be so much just repeat, reset and repeat. You go bonkers if you try to. Yeah, it's not for everyone, that's for sure. That's why I can't do the longer ones. Like I said, it just takes too much of a toll on my brain. That's why I stick with things that are like 26 seconds long, like this. Because if you fuck up a run, it's not too mentally devastating. You're just like, oh, okay, well, let me just go back to the beginning. 2 pixels down on that one. Fuck. Should we just go through it? I'll just show you how it looks whenever the game ends. This was not an officially released game. This was a prototype. It never got released. So it only has 1 level. That's why it's such a short run, because you just go across like 9 or 10 screens and you're done. Then you have the fishies, then you have the tornado, and then you go straight through here, and then you have to go down again. Try and run through this. Now, this is not what the other runners did who have gotten the first place. I guess first, second, and third, right? I can't remember, because like 3 people went up on the speed run like at the same time, the same day. So I can't remember if they all have the same time or not, but I know I'm down to 4th. And they only did a rock glitch on 1 other screen from my run. So that's why I'm thinking if I can hit all these rock glitches, it's going to save me from going up and down the screen as much. And he's going to get there quicker. Are we back? We are. Cool. What I was trying to say was, what's up, Dr. Moocows? How you doing? Welcome in. You're having a good week? Oh yeah, playing some of that Zadet the other night. How'd that go? That game's fucking great. I need to go back and play it again because I think there's actually like a hidden boss that I didn't do. I think there's one more, like a secret hidden boss that I have not done yet. You have to collect all the, I forget what the items were. It's like the company's logo, maybe, in certain levels throughout. For true ending? Nice. Is that the one I'm talking about then? True ending? You have to go back and get, there's like the company's logos throughout some of the... Okay, yeah. I haven't done that one yet. Someday I'll get back to that game. It was a lot of fun. I loved how just the tiniest little touch of the toe of a spike will just make you fall apart. It was so realistic to life. If you're just joining us, this is there we go. This is Donald Duck's Speedboat for Atari 2600. This was a prototype game that was never released. But it does have a speedrun, and I just did that wrong. Oh shit, where did my rock go there? Oh, this is, I was supposed to stay up top. Right. The better game control mode? I don't think that was out yet whenever I played it. I think that was an update, but I can't remember. What did that do? It was a trip? Yeah, I think that came after I played it. Someone had mentioned that to me. Fucking 1 pixel off. I hate that. Man, once I string this all together, I mean, it's gonna take so much damn practice, and muscle memory, but once I string this all together, it's gonna be fucking legendary, if I say so myself. Oh, that was fucking beautiful. Alright. Stay high, baby. Stay high, baby. Oh yeah, now duck low. Shit. Okay, that was a good run. That was pretty good. And then we should just be at the end here? Yeah, see, we were 1 screen away from the end. That was a good, solid fucking run. That's all we need to do is just get consistent doing that shit. Oh man, getting through these little 1 pixel cracks between the rocks is nuts. It's so tough. It's 6 pixels down. It's exactly 6 pixels down from where you start. The least amount of pixels that you move in this, the better. But once you get started, the movements go so quick. And I think it wastes time if I try to do it slow before I start up. If I'm just do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then hold that, that's going to slow me down a ton. So I gotta try and get myself positioned before I get up to speed. Like that. Oh, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck. Fuck that one up again. Man, we're... It's another good run. That's another good run. Love that Atari emote. Oh, yeah. Ba-da-da-da. This song rocks so much fucking ass. Anybody ever play the game Dana before? D-A-H-N-A? I think it was for Genesis Mega Drive. And it had a longer name than that. I can't remember what it was, but it started with Dana. Not Hot Donna from That 70s Show, though. Ooh, that was beautiful. Oh, Louie, you fucker. What a fucker that little kid is. I cannot remember. I said I liked the Atari emote. I know that. What made that mode different with the controls? What was so wild about it? Do it a barrel, barrel. Come on, Donnie. It defies words. Did I see people like floating around and shit or something? I saw like somebody did a speedrun at like one of those speedrun events that are acronyms that I can never remember. I think I saw somebody doing a speedrun of it, and that's how I found out about it. Because it wasn't available whenever I played it. You like this game, N39? It's just Donald out for a day of motorboating. No big deal. Fuck. 1 pixel off again. Grew up with graphics like these? Hell yeah, me too. We had an Atari 2600, and my grandma had an Intellivision. What's up, Iron Ghost? You driving the boat? We're just out for a day of boating with Donald Duck. Have a working Intellivision with 30 games? Hell yeah. My grandma has the, it's the Intellivision 2 model. It was the gray plastic model. It was a lot of fun. There were some fun games on that. I do know how to play this game, so if you're just joining us and you see me just constantly running into this rock, there's a method to my madness. It's because there's a 1 pixel line here that you can glitch through it. And that's what I'm trying to hit for the speedrun. But it's so hard because it's legitimately just 1 pixel. But if you can do that shit like that, ooh, it's so smooth. It feels so nice. And that, and then this bullshit. Nope, and then we hit the rocks again. That's why it's such a tough line to get, because you have to hit like 3 or 4 of those rock gaps throughout the run, so. And nobody has done it yet. Nobody's done it yet, because I'm pretty sure I'm the first one to go through every fucking screen and figure out where I can glitch through. I don't think the other 3 people that beat my record took the time to do that. But I did, because I have no fucking life. So as soon as I can just get the muscle memory for it, get the feeling for it, and just string these runs together, I think I'm golden. It's just gonna be a lot of practice for a while. Do 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 do. Hate that fucking island, it got me. Hate that fucking island, it got me. See, I think I just lost time there by going above those rocks. See, even that's too high. That's 2 pixel rows, and I get stuck right here. If I go down to 1 pixel row, I'm golden. It goes right through. Do, 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 do. This is such a great fucking song, yeah. Do, 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 do. This one's from Return of the Joker, I think. Is this Return of the Joker or regular Batman? Oh, this is regular Batman. Oh, smooth. Let's do this, let's do this, let's do this. Smooth! Fuck. Not smooth. Too low. See, I can feel it, usually. But once you get the boat going fast, it's tough to manipulate the vertical positioning. Because you don't move by 1 pixel anymore. You move by like 3 or 4 fucking pixels. So you launch down too far. Like that, it's too far. And then I overcorrected by going back up too far. Eating some chicken wings? Hell yeah. Sounds delicious. I had some tater tots earlier with some malt vinegar and some ketchup. Oh, it sort of stuttered as it was going up to the end of that last screen, and it made my character jump on screen. These graphics are great. Look at those mountains in the background. And the reflections on the water. Ooh, habanero honey's a good one. Sweet and spicy. It's the best way to be. I love how they did shadows back then, the reflection on the water. It's so simple and basic. Ooh, it's Marble Madness again. I put it on shuffle, so that's gonna happen probably. Some of the intro songs I use are gonna repeat. But that's okay, this is a cool song. Anybody else like some Marble Madness? Are you a 45 degree or a 90 degree Marble Madness player? I think I always switched that shit to 45 degrees, but I can't remember. It was a long time ago. I'm just playing it again so that you can use the marble emotes, you know, because we don't get to use the marble emotes very often. Come on, Donald. Oh yeah, it did. I forgot about that. Yeah, that was. I never played the. Well, I did play. I didn't play it very much. I never played it very much in the arcade because we had it at home. Now, we had TMNT2, the arcade game for NES at home as well, but I did spend a lot of quarters on that arcade machine because it was just better. It was a better experience for that. So my brother and I would play TMNT, but we wouldn't play that one as much as far as fighters go. Just if it was like the only fighting game that was available, we would play that one typically. But X-Men, ooh, that was a X-Men and Simpsons. Those were solid go-tos at the arcade. Not sure you've ever played it properly. Just messed around with it a little bit. The arcade versions of some of the games that we got on NES as kids were kind of interesting. Like Punch Out, it had like a body blow button. It was like almost like it looks almost like the big like push the button to like start World War III kind of situation, but like it was for body blows. And I remember when you'd hit it, it was for like he would actually say body blow, body blow, body blow. And it's so weird to me, but it was kind of fun. Why don't I have this on my NES version? Pretty sure that was the boxing game that had that. I remember it had a wireframe character, so I'm pretty sure it was the Punch-Out arcade machine. There was another boxing game around that time in the arcades, though. Was it like a George Foreman one? I can't remember. Or no, Riddick Bowe? I can't remember. But one of those boxing games, they had a body blow button, and it was funny to me. I'd walk by watching people play it, and it would just keep repeating, body blow, body blow. I was all, blow that body, buddy, blow it. Blow it good. Come on, Donald. Fuck. The only way to get used to this and get the muscle memory is just to do it poorly a bunch of times until you don't suck at it again anymore, you know? That's shitty. This is the frog theme, I believe. Yeah. Do 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 do. So damn close. I was 2 pixels too low. Do 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 do. Whoops! I completely missed that, but that works. Do 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 do. All right, come on, Donald. See, it's so hard because there's no frame of reference on this first screen. It's just the starting line buoys. So until you get to like here, you really don't know where you need to line up at. So tough. Oh shit. I need to unmap those actually, because hang on. Erase. Because that's not the first time that I've bumped the save state button. Okay, good. They're not doing anything now. And fucked myself up. I do want those later, eventually, whenever I'm practicing certain things, but probably. But right now, we're just trying to run through this. Just get some practice on these screens, so I'm not gonna worry too much about the save state. That's for later on if I need to try like that rock between the 9th and 10th screens, right before the end of the end screen. There's that one transition that's going to be real tough, so I'll probably do some save states on that later. Catley, what's up? How you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Rob, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope work went well. It's fun finding glitches. It is, yeah. And I spent probably, it was about 6 months ago, probably. I've been thinking about getting back into this, and well, they took my record about 8 months ago, and so really it's been in my head since then. But about 6 months ago, I went through and I went through every screen and I was checking for glitches, and so that was like maybe about 6 months ago that I made that guide, because I knew that I was not gonna try the actual speedruns for a while, but I also knew that I would completely forget everything that I had figured out at that point. That's why I made the guide, so I didn't forget. But to answer your question, Rob, they're going pretty well. I have a guide if anybody wants to look at it that's just joining us. It's here in the Discord. That's what I was just referencing. About 6 months ago I put this together. I spent some time, a few hours, going through and just trying to find the ideal path that I think is the ideal path that might be able to get me my record back. So that's what we're doing right now, just trying to line up and get the muscle memory for these glitches where we can glitch through the rocks, but it's just a single pixel row, so it's really fucking tough. So right now we're just trying to get a feel for it, get some muscle memory going like that. I'm doing that a little bit more consistently now. And then this one into the, let's see, 1, 2, 3. No text channel when you click it. Really? Let me double check it. It opened it up for me. It pulled up the old Discord. Did it open for anybody else? If not, it's just in my Discord under the normal textual chat hole channel. But that's what I am following at the moment. Ah, I gotcha. That makes sense. Because it is in the Discord, so that's yet works for you, James. Does that still work? I think I have that link set to not expire, so does that link work? Yeah, I spent an evening just going through each screen trying to figure out that route, so I just put that together so I could remember what I discovered that night. Oh, Rob's in. Oh. I could tell. I felt your presence. There are only 11 screens. It's a very short game. It's a 26-second run. But this path that I put together is very technical, because it deals with like single pixel rows like that. So that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to get some muscle memory going now. You're in my text hole? Oh, damn. I like it. I like it a lot. Damn it. See, these ones, the transitions into these rock glitches are so hard because there's no frame of reference on the screen before. So you just have to remember where it's generally at on the screen and hope that you can line up. Which if this was a longer run, if this was, let's say this is like a normal kind of, I say normal in air quotes, but like say this is like a normal speedrun game where like a Mario 2. What's a Mario 2? Like a 20, 30 something minute run. Man, I just couldn't do it. If I just run into this random rock 20 minutes in and I have to start the whole thing over again, I just can't do that. It's too much. So this is manageable for me. Smaller runs like this. where whenever I fuck up, I'm just going back literally one screen. It's no big deal. Damn. The tough part is, like, if I'm just moving forward normally, I can go down, up and down one pixel at a time really easily. But once I lay on that speed, it just drops me so quick. My movements are so quick. So it's tough to, because if I can just do this, like, it's 6 pixels down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I should zip right through it. But I can't do that on the, like that. I lose time in the speedrun if I'm trying to go slow to go count the 6 pixels. So that's what I'm trying to do here, is at speed as I'm getting to speed, move it down. But that's tough because you can't count the pixels that way. It's too high. Might be too low. Oh, that's still too high, damn. That wasn't perfect. Oh, that's not how I was supposed to do that. So I wasted time there, but might be okay. Bonk. It's 2 pixels off there. It's just it's the quickest route, because otherwise I'd have to go around these, and then I just waste time. Like challenge runs when I get into it. Yeah, see, I couldn't do challenge runs like Mixer does. That shit's too much for me. But I can zone out and do shorter runs like this and not be too stressed about it. Is this annoying that I keep running into this rock? Yeah, sure, but eventually I'll stop. Eventually I'll get more consistent. One of these days. Damn. That was close. There it was. Like butter. Shit. You've done level 1 health run for both evil and good endings. Need to do runs with lower attack and magic power, but no healing? Ooh. See, that all sounds tough. And I guess that's the point. I think I'm back now. I don't know why that keeps fucking up. But as I was unplugging that, my whole, like, mic cage, like, fell off of its little elastic bits, so I had to deal with that. I think that they're all in there now. Alright. Part that scares you is the final dungeon on the best path, and test. It's working again. I don't know. Fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. I had it plugged into a, like a, what's it called? A fucking, like a USB switch with multiple ports in it, but it's always been fine. I don't know. So I just plugged it directly into the computer now. We'll see if it stays. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Thanks for welcome back. Let's try this again. All right. Here we go. Did Cat Lady leave? Who left? Cat Lady? Shit, I missed it. Almost 4 a.m. Should be responsible adult, so I'm gonna go. Good luck with this wonderful pile of fun. Thanks for hanging out, Cat Lady. Good to see you. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Stoned eating popcorners? Are those just the corners of the popcorn pieces? You're like, I don't eat the middle bit, just the edges. Just the popcorners. That was not good. That was not a good third screen. But that's okay because it was a ruined fourth screen, so it's whatever. I thought about getting some more stoned while I was waiting for that shit the microphone to fix itself, but then I didn't. I'm gonna wait. Okay. I thought you were just really baked and you were like making a funny joke, like it's just the corner bits of the popcorns. I only eat the middle bits. No, I only eat the edge bits. So they're like chips or crisps, but made of popcorn. So they have flavors. Is it just salted, or is it like cheddar, or is it like what other flavor do they make? Butter. Some butter. What was that? Popcorners, bitch. Actually, Jesse, it's just basic ingredients. Yeah, never eat your own supply. Getting food delivered, long day. It's a cheesesteak with chicken fingers, fries, mozzarella sticks, and barbecue sauce in there. Cheese fries on the side. Hart was saying, please bro, don't do it. I said, fuck you, Hart. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's quite an order. Man, I'd eat all that. Cheesesteak? Fuck yes. Chicken fingers? I will probably have some after a stream because I have some in the freezer. So you're getting fries and cheese fries? Like 2 orders of fries? Or... because you have fries listed there twice. Sometimes I make questionable late night food choices as well. Usually it's because I'm super baked. Oh shit, that's one sandwich? A cheesesteak with chicken fingers, fries, mozzarella sticks, and barbecue sauce and mayo all on the sandwich? Holy shit, that's legendary sounding. Can you get that as a chicken cheesesteak and then have like steak fingers instead of chicken fingers? Tell those bitches to do it. Like, I'm paying you money, make it the opposite way. I want chopped chicken with some fried steak fingers. Do it. Always someplace that makes fried. Oh yeah, the garbage specials. Where they just throw fucking everything on the menu on a bun because they're drunk and or high college students all over that'll eat that. I'd eat that. I'm not a college student, but I am a stoner. Used to get a sandwich called the Heart Stop with cheesesteak, eggs, fries, and onion rings. Ooh, that sounds nice though. Fried eggs, like a sunny side up so that you have the yolk dripping over the sandwich as almost a sauce. That's the way to do it. That runny yolk sauce. There we go. Come on, Donald. If we can continue, if we can get to a point where I can consistently get through this shit, start to finish, then I might put the timer up and do some actual runs, but it's mostly just practice tonight, I think. It was fried, but intentionally overcooked, so it wasn't too runny. Still a little yolk, but not much. Ah. That would be my minor adjustment to that sandwich, is like an over easy, sunny side up over easy-ish, probably over easy, a little less of the runny white. There's 1 pixel off there, fuck. Just so it creates a bit of a sauce. I love me some of that unborn chicken. Come on, Donald. Shit, man. 1 pixel too low. 1 pixel. No. That was like 2 or 3 pixels too high. Too low. Fuck. I need a visual reference here. Hang on. Okay, so it's here. Where am I at on my screen? I'm gonna pull up to the edge of the screen over here, kind of eyeball where it's at on my OBS behind my game window. So like, wish I had a sticky note that I could just stick on the screen there. But it's about there-ish. Too low. I don't think there's much time to save in this game, honestly. I think it's almost as low as it can go. I think I can... I don't know if I can... Well, what is it even right now? It's 26 seconds and what? What's up, Common? How you doing? You can take more notes watching. 26 and 100. Yeah, I mean, could we get below 26? Could we get into the 25 range? I don't know. 100 milliseconds isn't much. I mean, welcome in, Common. How you doing? How's your week going? Oh shit, I'm on the I'm like live on speedrun.com right now. I just pulled up my little profile and I saw me moving around. And I'm at 26,267, so I need to shave 167, well 168, 168 milliseconds. So do I, there's 26,190, 26,133, 26,100. Yeah, 26,100. It's gonna be tough. I guess we'll try to hit that 26 even. 26 seconds or below is gonna be the goal. Just finished work and now chilling. Hell yeah! How was work? This shit's tough. You saw the PDF guide, Common, and now you can see in action how fucking difficult this is. Trying to line it all up. Slow and boring. Slow's not bad. Boring's no fun, obviously, but slow makes work take longer. That's shitty. I can go under... See, I can go underneath these rocks, but I don't... That's not going to give me the win. Like, if I go over here... Oh, I fucked up. Yeah. What's interesting is if you get stuck here, you can't go forward anymore. It'll let you back up a touch, so you can go up. But then other times, if you're not stuck like here, I can't back up anymore. It knows. It only lets you back up if you're stuck. What I need to practice is going from here into this transition. Then we go up, we go down, we go up. We stay up and go through that rock. Work for me was kind of busy. In the morning it was pretty busy. I had a lot of shit that I had to process through. No, it doesn't, but there's extra distance. Obviously, straight line is quickest, so if you're going up and down, you're losing time. You're losing milliseconds. That's why I think I need to stay on. That's why I think this is the path that I came up with is the most efficient route. I don't know. I don't know yet. The proof will be in the timer, but we're not to the timer tonight. It's a good song too. Come on, Donald. Come on, come on. I'm not doing too bad. Common. Just another... What day is it? Tuesday? Kind of a long, tiring day. I'm on my second tee. I'm on my second tee and just literally smashing my face into a fucking rock over and over again. Because that's what I do. There we go. Ooh, felt like butter. Ooh, that's perfect too. Thump, and then that's not. That's how this run goes. Tuesday, isn't it? Damn, 1 pixel off that time. It's so... See, that's what is so damn hard about this. 1 pixel will fuck you. Oh, baby. Here we go. Ah, damn it. Looks up for guys named Pixels. One fucking pixel. I said 1 fucking pixel. I didn't say 1 is fucking pixel. There's not like a active porno shoot in your room that I know of, Common. Is there? Do you need a fluffer? Damn it. Yes. Need someone to fluff your pillow. This is from Tecmo World Wrestling, I believe. This song. My pillow is flat. Make it bigger. Can somebody make my pillow bigger? It's too flat. I've mentioned it before, but I love the reflections, the mountain reflections in the water back there. They're so simple, but effective. They're just some random fucking lines on the water. Graphics, they hit different back then. I hit that island. Too high. Actually, it was 1 pixel too low. Is this what you've been doing since I showed you that PDF comment? You're just practicing all week? I bet you are. Tecmo World Wrestling? Yes. Was that on NES? Famicom, I think? Is it? I hope I'm not giving... Yes, this is from Tecmo World Wrestling. I was correct. I don't know if I believe you. Are you fucking with me? Or are you actually trying for it? Should I watch for your name to pop up on the list? I think it's a funny one for like a first, other than like Home Alone NES. That one's just funny because everybody has it, but I think it's a funny one for like a first speedrun because it's only 26 seconds, so it's pretty manageable to just to get into it, unless you're looking for first and then you have to like really grind it. But you could definitely get on the list. Super easy because it's only 26 seconds. And then you could see what speed running is like, and then you could tell people you're a speedrunner. Right? I can imagine it right now. I tell people another one, and I mean, I tell people this with knowing that anybody could come and just knock me off at any time, but Circus Charlie for Commodore 64 is another one that I have, and it's like I mean, this one's a legit one too, because there are a lot of people on the board that have been fighting on it, and I actually, there's another retro streamer, Joe Polito, I think his name is, Polito? I don't know, but he's on the speedrun list there. He had this run, and then I took it from him. And then that wasn't like a super battle, but I did actually take this one from somebody. But then the other one, Circus Charlie, that one was cool because there was only one person on that speedrun list whenever I did it. And we actually had a little battle back and forth a few times. Like, I took it off of him, he took it off of me, I took it off of him. I think he took it off of me one more time, and then I had lowered it enough that he just, like, I guess couldn't get it because I still have that one. And that was kind of fun. This one is going to fuck me so hard every time. You grew up with C64? Hell yeah, it's a fun system. But that's a fun one. Circus Charlie. It was an arcade game. There was a Nintendo NES version. Arcade version had the most stages. I think the NES version cut one stage maybe, and then the C64 cut another one. So it has the least amount of stages. It's about a 4.5 minute, 5 minute run, I think. It's not bad. Shit. 1 pixel off. Now, each speedrun has its own set of rules. For Donald Duck Speedboat, you have to use Stella or you have to use BizHawk for emulation. And this is an emulator-only one because this game never officially released. So there are some rules to that. You can't use Retro Arch, you can't use whatever else that'll run Atari games. That's why I'm using Stella. Because Stella has a Mac version. BizHawk does not. I think BizHawk is the one that's associated. It's like tied to a bunch of task runs and shit too, aren't they? Maybe? I think there's an emulator software as well as maybe they do a bunch of speedruns. Stella! Fuck, man. What's my visual? Okay, I need to... With the lane? Yeah. Every time, there's a professional wrestler, Sheamus, and he yells fella when he attacks people. But I always just imagine he's saying Stella, because I think it's stupid. And I just think of that scene, and I think he's yelling, Stella! As he kicks people. Let's see, save state, let's map that to this. I'm like, dude, this is not a movie audition. What the fuck are you doing? Stella! Alright, we're gonna save state here, because I want to see where do I need to line up compared to, like, Louis. This is like, I'm lined up with, like, the line of his hat right now, almost. That's way too high. Which one was my save state? Which was my load state? That's my load state, okay. Alright, I was lined up kind of on his little purple dealy there. The luck of the hub! Yeah, I could use some of that soon. We're about 2 hours in almost. I'll take a break probably around 2 hours in like 20 minutes. Too low. Nope. Oh, baby. See, normal people on this would do something like this. But I'm not a normal person. I want to go straight through that damn rock. Having a few pops? Hell yeah. Enjoy. Meow mix. I need to do a save state here to practice this screen, but after I do this one. It's like the luck of the Irish, but smells more like skunk. Come on, Donald. That's one big boat you got there. Maybe if your boat was shorter, you'd be able to control it better. Is it possible to go through here? That might not be it. Okay, hang on. Might have another approach here. That's not gonna lose us too much time. Nope, I need to be up one more there. That's gonna be tough. It's legal here in Canada, so I smell weed every... Yeah, same here. Same here. They legalized it here in 2014, so it's been a decade now. It's been retail legal for a decade here. And that's pretty cool. I don't think that it's eaten the children's souls yet. I don't think it's increased DUIs. I don't think it's increased violent crimes. You know, I think there's really all that's happened is the state has gained tax revenue. Imagine that. The weed does not eat your children's souls. Trust the shops for buying your goodies. Hell yeah. The shop I go to the most is called Nirvana. Come as you are and buy some weed. Canna Cabana? Hell yeah, that's a nice one. I like that. Canna Cabana. Alright, I'm gonna practice this one a little bit. I know this is still not perfect. Nah, I'm just gonna continue this. Come on, Donald. Find the sweet spot, buddy. They have the cheapest prices on quality goods. Hell yeah. There's a brand that I usually get that's about 14 for an eighth or 28 for a quarter. Whatever that breaks down to per gram. $14 divided by 3.5. Alright, I'm gonna practice this one. See, I wonder if it's better if I try and get through this little crack or go underneath that one. Oh yeah, I need to remember not to move because I'm gonna waste time that way. On this is the penultimate screen here, so I just need to cruise through and not move once I get through that rock. Man, this will be fucking legendary if I can get this path, this whole route. I am not too versed on concentrate prices because I don't purchase that. I'm old school. Just give me some flour. I'll grind that shit up and I'll burn it. Is it bad for my lungs? Yeah, probably. Definitely probably worse than vaping concentrate, but I don't know, because you know they use solvents to make the extracts. Who knows? I just know what works for me. One of the issues with concentrate for me is it's just so, I mean, it's concentrate, so obviously it's fucking concentrated. And so you get shit that's like 75 to like 95% THC, and it's just too much for me. It's not like it's too much for me, it's just I don't like it. Because I'm not looking to be in outer space. I'm just looking for the chill. You can do it everywhere, yeah. Come on, Donald. Ooh, this is a good tune. Bow wow wow. This song gets one of these. Do do do. This is from Donkey Kong Country. Won't turn down a joint if offered. Hell yeah, me neither. Me neither. Whoops, don't do that. Reset like this. I don't really roll joints usually. I do that if I'm going for like a walk down by the river sometimes or on the trails. Nah. I like hitting the bong. Broken too many bongs? Damn, dude, be careful. I can't say I've broken a bong before. But this is my first bong. I've broken pipes before. I currently own my first ever bong. I just use pipes. I used to use just like the little glass hand pipes, but and then I got a bubbler pipe that sort of like, you know, mini bong. It's got a water chamber underneath. Not as much water though. You have to clean it like after every couple of uses. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Now I've broken some bong bowls before. I'm on my third bowl for this bong. And so the water that was inside just expanded and cracked it. I break bowls when I'm cleaning them. It's shitty. It's because I need to soak my brushes. I need to get some more 420 oil and soak my brushes because they've just caked with resin, and so they're larger than when they first started, when I first bought them. And so then they become bigger than like the little downhole out of the bowl. And so as I'm scrubbing it out, the brush diameter is just too big, and it ends up cracking the glass. Alcohol wipes. Those must burn when you wipe with those. And I understand getting all nice and like squeaky clean and killing the bacteria, but damn, must make your butthole just cold and burn. Could you imagine? Oh, that would be so fucking cold. Like whenever they use the little alcohol wipes to prep for an injection or something, and it's always like real cold on the skin. I just, ugh. Don't mix that up for some baby wipes. Damn you, Donald. Damn you, Donald! Damn you again, Donald! Go home, Donald. You're drunk. It really is. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. Alright, just kidding. Let's do this time. It's this run. This is the run. Oh, baby. Like a glove. Shit. Donald, you bastard. 1 pixel off. You turd. Damn. 2 pixels off. Too low. Alright, Donald. This is the run, buddy. Good clean island screen. Fucked it up there. Damn. Oh, Donald. Should we take a minute to remember how great the music in this game is? And then I'm going to take a quick break. Let's just remember how great this music is. Legendary soundtrack. At least the end music's good, listen. We did it! See, how annoying would it be if I just left this music on the whole time, and every time we had to reset it, it started playing that again? It'd be annoying. Let me turn the audio off. I'm going to take a break. And then we'll do some more practice. Am I making progress? I think so. I think little by little I'm getting, you know, a feel for getting through some of those rock gaps. But it's not easy. Speedrunning is not supposed to be. But let's see, what should I play for now? Let's do this one. BRB. Welcome back, chat. Look at that, Plock. Dumpy. Shake that ass, Plock. They call you the exploding man? You better watch out or else they'll be calling me that too, Plock. You shake that thing like that too much. Thanks for the welcome back, James. Alright, here we go. See, I don't know how to judge really, like, if I'm making progress, if I'm getting any better at this or not. Like, it's such, like, I don't know, it's so hard to tell, really. We don't know. Alright. Beep beep dooba deep deep beep a boop boop booba doop doop. What a great game. I cannot recommend Plock enough. I know I talk about it all the time, but it's because it's a good damn game. If you haven't played it before, chat, fucking go play it. What the hell are you waiting for? Are you waiting for Mixer to play it? Because I don't know if that's ever going to happen. He says he's going to. He dropped the Holy Diver requirement. That's what he told me. Out of the blue. I didn't even prompt him. I just... Oh, why is this song in the middle already? It's better from the beginning because you get to rise from your grave. I didn't even prompt that conversation. But he said he dropped me completing Holy Diver requirement, and that he's 100% gonna play Plock. Didn't say when, but that's a step in the right direction. We might get some Mixer Plock action. Ooh, that was beautiful. If I do say so myself. This one, less beautiful. Because I fucked up. I was supposed to stay up top there. Back after eating your food, and now I found out the Steelers are going to start Wilson against the Jets. I think you just blew your nut. Oh, damn. Oh. I saw something in the news recently, like the headlines, because I don't really like follow the news and shit, but like on Android, if you swipe on the home screen, there's always like a fucking news bar thing there. But anyway, I saw something about Tomlin and the Steelers getting fined or some shit. Did they do something bad recently? And who's their starting quarterback typically? I don't know what happened after Ben Snuffleupagus left. Because he was their quarterback for like ever. Well, not forever. I mean, I do remember the era of Cordell Stewart / Stewart, baby. He was never really good. And Neil O'Donnell, the dude that got him to the Super Bowl against the Cowboys in the 90s and then fucking snapped under pressure. If I was a Steeler fan, I'd always start Wilson against the Jets. I'm assuming from the names these are futuristic roller derby teams. Yes. Like the Jets and the Sharks, but the Jets beat the Sharks in West Side Story, so then they went on to face the Wilsons, the volleyball, the Wilson volleyballs. Justin Fields has been starting, he hasn't been great. They're 4-2. Broncos are paying Wilson like $40 million to play for another team because they were done with him. Oh, no shit. So, like, they traded him, but they still have to... They didn't... the debt didn't transfer with him? I thought that typically did. Though I know there are extenuating circumstances sometimes. Like, who's the dude that... New York, maybe, is it the Mets? They pay him... They still pay him to this day? Every year or something? Bobby Bonilla, Barry Bonds, one of those... One of those meatheads, maybe. The fucking steroid meatheads. They traded because the money was guaranteed. They had. Okay, so that was guaranteed from that team. But they weren't playing him because they had somebody they felt was better, maybe. So they were like, we're done with you. Rise from your grave. Shit, Donald. Fuck you, Donald.
Never give up.
I bet you at halftime between the Jets and was it the Steelers and the Jets? But they're gonna go out on field and they're gonna dance around like West Side Story and they're gonna sing like Maria and I Feel Pretty. What else was from that musical? The Jets are gonna beat the Steelers tonight. Something like that. Man, that one is so fucking tough. I didn't mean to save it there. Can I get above these? I don't think I can. I think I can. That'll actually save me more time if I just stay up all the way at the top. On the fish screen, okay. Damn. I bet my dad's watching that game. He's a Steelers fan from way back. Cannot confirm that this is the reason, but my grandfather was a steel worker, so maybe there's some sort of bias there. Maybe he felt obligated to root for the Steelers. It's pretty fucking impressive to go an entire career at a steel mill without getting injured or fucking falling into a molten lava pit or something. That was a dangerous fucking job, but never really thought about that. Growing up, it was just like, yep, he just goes to work. Bobby Bonilla, that's the one. Yep. The Mets. Yeah, Mets bought out a $6 million salary, and instead of just paying him when they cut him, they deferred that salary because the ownership thought they were going to have a financial windfall due to investments in the long run. Problem: the person who was managing the finances was Bernie Madoff. Bonilla gets around $1.2 million every July until 2035. That's great. It's fucking funny. What's crazy is like $6 million salary. They could have fucking paid him out. Why is it grown to 1.2 million every year for that many years? When it was originally just supposed to be 6 million. As a kid, I liked the Cincinnati Bengals as they had that cool tiger print. There's an amusement park in Cincinnati area called Kings Island. Went there a few times as a kid. It was fun. That's where, if you've ever heard of the roller coaster called the Beast, it was like the longest, I don't know if it still is, but it used to be the longest wooden roller coaster. It had like a second pull chain hill halfway through because it just ran out of momentum and you had to go up a big ass hill again. Man, that was a fun roller coaster. But then they came out with one called Son of Beast, and that was the first and potentially only ever looping wooden roller coaster. They made it wooden to honor its papa, the Beast, but they put a fucking loop in that shit, which is just very, very dangerous. But it worked for a long time, but I think it did break down on the reg. And I don't know if there were any major injuries ever with that one, but I'm pretty sure they eventually took the loop out of that one. It was a fun park, though. It was a fun, definitely a fun park. I think it was owned by Paramount, maybe? Paramount's Kings Island, and then there was a Kings Dominion in Virginia, I think. There were 2 parks. I can't remember, though. It's either Kings Dominion or Busch Gardens that was in Virginia, outside of Richmond, towards the original, like, Jamestown settlement area. Might have been Busch Gardens over there. Boosh. The boosh. Man, I used to love amusement parks as a kid. We had one in Pittsburgh called Kennywood, and we would go there probably once a year in the summer. And they had some pretty dope. They had some dope rides and roller coasters. Had one called the Thunderbolt. It was a wooden coaster, and it was very rocky, like you would get jostled around quite a bit. And but it was fun. And then there was a wooden coaster called the Jackrabbit, and the way that gravity and shit works, the last car would feel like it would leave the track. It would float up a lot further. You would feel it like tons more in the back compared to the front. So usually there's a long ass line at roller coasters for the front seat, right? Because people want to get up there in the first seat and be like, I'm a badass, look at me, wee, there's nobody in front of me. But on this one, people would line up for the back seat, the back 2 seats in the final car, because that was more satisfying of a feeling than just watching nobody in front of you but the track. It felt really cool. You would go down this big ass hill into a tunnel, and as you went down, you got that kind of 0G kind of feeling, like you were just floating and you left the track. It was neat. It was a negotiated buyout with 8% in. Okay, so they just. Oh, and that makes sense, because if you're going to defer the payments, then you're not going to give the guy what he deserves at that time. You're going to add interest on it if you're going to make him wait. That makes sense. So that money just accrued interest. Yeah, retroactively, it makes sense. He also negotiated another buyout with the Orioles that pays $500,000 a year for 25 years, starting in 2004. Dude, yeah, I didn't know about that one. I knew about the Mets one. Called the Ultimate in Lightwater Valley in the UK. You been on it? Oh, no shit. Was it fun? Yeah, I mean, Japan always breaks all the records. They'll always come out with something new, but I remember the Beast at the time. R.L. Stine of Goosebumps fame wrote a book about the Beast. And I had that as a kid, I remember. It was like a horror, kind of like a kid's horror book, where a couple of kids got locked in the park after hours, and some haunted, creepy shit started happening. But that's cool. How was the Lightwater Valley, the Ultimate at Lightwater Valley? Welcome back, M39. You disappeared for a bit, indeed. Figured you were getting baked. Another wooden one and super tall. to give it enough. Okay, cool. So they didn't. The Beast had a second chain-driven hill, which I thought was pretty unique. But they just made that one super, super tall. The view at the top was nuts. Oh, I bet. Maybe it just seemed big. No, I'm sure it was pretty big if time-wise it was longer than the Beast and it didn't have a second drive chain. It had to be a massive fucking hill. What else? Kennywood had the one where I went as a kid all the time, like every summer. They had the Racers was their other big wooden coaster, and that was two coasters that would run at the same time, and you would race the other train. And so they had tracks that would. I can go. No, I can't go above that. Okay, we learned. So you would start out next to each other in the station, and you'd go up, and you would like leave each other's sides, but then you would loop back together, and then you'd be like riding side by side, and people would be like, "We're gonna beat you," because like, you know, people are competitive and shit. But it was a fun one because of that aspect. You know, you'd be like cheering on your. It's like marbles on stream, right? Like you have no control over that shit, but you're like, "We're gonna win." So that was kind of fun. It was more of a family friendly, like kids would go on that one. It wasn't super scary, but it was fun because you never knew which train was gonna win, because it really truly is random. Just and they would switch tracks too. I think they would come into the station switched somehow, if I'm remembering correctly. But that was cool. The freakiest one I was on. King Dakar. Still the world's tallest coaster. I sat in the front. You feel like you're gonna tumble out while waiting for the back end of the roller coaster. Oh yeah. Dude, where's that one at? Because I've ridden ones like that as well. Like there was one where I think it was at a Six Flags in Ohio, maybe. Used to be Geauga Lake. Great Adventure. Oh, okay, that makes sense. There was one, I think it was Six Flags at the time, because it had superhero themed coasters, and this one was maybe a Superman themed. No, the Superman themed one they had there was different. It was like a little up and back corkscrew thing, and that one was creepy though, because it split in the center. It was a hanging coaster. It was just a U shape, and one side was a corkscrew. The station was in the middle, and half the people faced this way, half the people faced this way, and you would go up to the top of the one side, so half the people would be just lying on their back, staring straight up at the sky, half of them would be staring straight down at the fucking ground, and it would just go back and forth, and it would speed up and shit. Ones like that really always freaked me out, because when you're sitting there staring at the ground, relying on just that fucking harness to hold you in to not drop to your death, like, that's fucking freaky. I know, like, it's the same technology and it's the same thing in other roller coasters that you're doing, but like, typically on the other roller coasters you have gravity pushing you into the seat that's kind of holding you as well, but when you just go up there and it locks you in and you're staring at the ground for like a second or two, it feels like forever, but it's probably only about a second. It just feels like it feels so fucking dangerous, right? Because your entire body weight is just on that fucking chest harness, and it's so crazy. Blacqua. Welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good week. Got a really soothing voice for retro. Do you play any Commodore games? Occasionally I do. I actually have a speedrun in Circus Charlie for C64. Ooh, I went straight through. That's an interesting path as well. What's up, Kay? How you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good week. This is Donald Duck Speedboat for Atari 2600. I used to have the speedrun for this, but 3 people have knocked me off about 8 months ago. And and about 6 months ago I made a what I think is potentially an ideal path, and I've just at this point getting into it to try and see if I can get a little more consistent, see if I can get my record back on this one. Because 4th place, that's fucking garbage. Fucking 4th place, imagine that. This game is, I know, but like mentally I'm still like 8, so I think it's okay. K-Plays is totally rad, dude. They're all about those classic video games, no spoilers allowed. From Final Fantasy, that's 4, because I know my Roman numerals, up until like 10. To retro achievements, the streamers got it all. Just chill vibes and good times, man. Slurpmuck, how you doing? Welcome in. Atari 2600 game. That's a bit random. What's the story behind? It's because I'm trying to get my speedrun record back on this one, Slurpmuck. Like I was just saying, I used to have the record for this, and I'm currently 4th. So I'm just trying to de-rust a little bit, and I'm not doing any runs tonight. I'm just practicing some things that I observed a while back. Just trying to get muscle memory right now. So I don't even have like a timer up or anything tonight. I'm not doing any runs. Which one? Oh, the one that Rob mentioned, James? Yeah, I've heard of that one before. I'll have to look it up and see. It runs off hydraulics. Oh yeah. There was one at the other park that I would go to the most growing up was Cedar Point in Ohio. Thanks. They're so jacked right now, though. I still have not gotten around to taking it off and repainting that different color yet. I'll get to it. What else? We're just talking about amusement parks if you're just joining us. Also, if you're just joining us, this is Donald Duck Speedboat. Like I said, it was a prototype game. It never actually released, but there is a speedrun for it. And so we're just doing some de-rusting on that. It is 11 screens long, and I have scoured all 11 screens to try and find glitches through rocks and shit like that. So that's what I'm doing right now. Too much work? Yeah, I need to strip the old shit off and put some new paint on. Go for it, Rob. Is it for that roller coaster? Okay, so at the Kennywood Park that I used to go to growing up, they had a steel coaster called the Steel Phantom. Oh, this one. Okay, yeah. Cedar Point, that's what I was about to say. Cedar Point had one like this called the Top Thrill Dragster, but it doesn't have the second extension of the second hill. It's just a loop up and back. I'm assuming that's part of that same, but maybe that's... Yeah, no, that's coming down. Yeah. It just goes straight back down into the station, but it's the hydraulic launch like that as well. I think it's broken down a few times, and it's like injured people, the Cedar Point one. I've never ridden it though, because it just seems shady as fuck. Because it has broken and cables have snapped and shit. About the Garfield Dark Ride? I don't know. Tell me about it, okay? But they had at Kennywood in Pittsburgh, they had the Steel Phantom when I was growing up, and that was always the one I was like, oh, I'm too scared, right? That's the big daddy. I finally rode that a few times, but then they replaced it. The first one was pretty dope. It was had like loops and shit in it, and they took it out because it's a park in the Pittsburgh area. There's limited land available, so they took that one out and they replaced it with one they called the Phantom's Revenge. And I don't think it's as good. I don't think it was, but it was alright. It was another steel roller coaster. It was okay. Steel Phantom was pretty dope, though. See, this is, if you're just getting here, this is the end right here. It's the end of the game. It doesn't even have like a, it doesn't even like, it just stops. It's just like, cool, you win. There is actually audio. Let me turn the audio back on so everybody can hear what this game actually sounds like, because it's pretty great. Watch this later. I will click this link and I will watch this later. I do know about the fucked up corner of the internet where Garfield is just like dark and fucking creepy. Oh, a Defunct Land video. Okay, all right. I like their videos. They have really fun, informative ones about some like weird shit, like Action Park. That was in your neck of the woods, Rob, right? Here we go. That Donald Duck Speedboat OST. Action Park is glorious. Did you ever go? Or was it closed down by the time you were growing up? Oh, that was nice. That's not the normal path I take, but I'll take it. I wonder if that's easier. No, because we decided I can't do that. I gotta fucking turn that shit off. I will have to have that on when I'm doing actual recorded runs, though. But for now, we are just playing some other chill music. Went once. Your favorite ride was one where you stood on a rock 20 feet over freezing cold water and jumped in. Oh, they had cliff diving the ride. That sounds like something that they would have there. I don't know, jump off that fucking cliff over there, guys. We're bored. What should we do? Just go jump off that fucking cliff, kids. There's water underneath. You'll probably be fine. Also, like the Tarzan swing where you swung on a rope and let go into freezing. It seems freezing cold water seems to be a theme, recurring theme. And wasn't there one where it was just like you were in like a little, it was like a luge kind of thing almost, and the car would just fucking fly off the track sometimes, and people would just get launched. That one sounds fun. Probably into icy cold water. This was the water slide they made? Oh. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yes. I mean, I never went there. I don't personally remember it, but whenever I was looking into Action Park ages ago, I don't know, it was probably Defunct Land. I'm sure they did a video on it. That's pretty hilarious, though. It's like the people who decided, you know what we need? You know what this wooden roller coaster needs is a fucking loop. These people were like, you know what this water slide needs? A fucking loop. And ice cold fucking water. The ice cold water is their solution for everything. That would have had to have fucked people up. Your uncle went one of the days it was open. It was only open maybe a month in total. He said people were coming out with bloody noses and their bathing suits ripped and torn off. I'm just picturing that these guys like just went down to Home Depot and bought some fucking like PVC pipe, and then they just like bolted that shit together. So I'm just picturing like I'm just picturing like fucking like bolt heads like on the inside sliding area, and people were just like hitting those, and it's ripping their shorts and beating them up and shit. Oh yeah. There were absolutely deaths. It was it's crazy. Maybe that's the one I saw, or maybe there was, like I said, maybe there was a defunct land on it. I can't remember, but it was pretty fascinating. And then Johnny Knoxville made that sort of comedic kind of take on it. What'd they call that? I can't remember what the name of that movie was. Reading that one person got electrocuted? Oh, damn. So if you are joining us kind of later here, the reason what I'm doing is you lose time, and this whole speed run is only 26 seconds. The current record is 26 seconds and 100 milliseconds. My time is 26 264, 267, something like that. And so every millisecond counts. And if you're driving the boat diagonally, you're not getting to the end of the screen quick enough. You're losing time. And so what I was trying to do is find the most flat route through here, and that is through rocks. There's a 1 pixel row. See, this is too high, but this is just right. Look, 1 pixel. If I go 1 pixel down, I can't go through the rocks. So that's what we're trying to do here. Is there's a number of those where you just have to do it over and over again and hope that you can fly through it on a 1 pixel row. That's too low. Oh no, that was nice. Thought it was too low. And then right into this one. That's so tough. One died on a ride which was basically a concrete track where you would sit on a wooden board on wheels with a handbrake. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. It was like a little like makeshift cart, like a luge situation or something. They kept flying off the track or something. The Bailey Ball was an Alpine Center attraction developed and tested, but never opened to the public as a result of those tests. It consisted of a large steel sphere in which a rider could be secured and then rolled downward. Wait. A large steel sphere, yes. The rider could be secured inside it, I suppose? The plan was to do it on a track with PVC pipe as the outer rails, and one was built alongside a ski trail. Apparently when they tested it, the ball ran off the track across the highway and into a swamp. Oh shit. It's like those big inflatable balls that people roll down mountains on these days. But I don't know if I would trust a giant steel ball on PVC pipe tracks. That seems really fucking weird. Now, if they could get it secured into like a pneumatic tube type situation where it's not going to veer off track, that'd be kind of interesting. The electrocution was in a Ponder Lake where they had little boats with bicycle pedals. Okay. There was an exposed wire when someone jumped in the water for some reason. Oh shit. That place sounds like it was a hell of a time. Hamster ball ride. Now, it looks like I'm doing terribly, because I am, but I'm doing less terribly than I was at the start. I can hit those gaps sometimes. And that's something. They had a slide. They sent some crash test dummies down, and the dummies came out decapitated. No shit. Ooh. That's not ideal. That's not the ideal outcome. Shoryuken. This one is so fucking tough. I think I was 1 pixel off. Yep. Fuck. This is going to be so tough getting through this one and the penultimate screen. Part of the problem with Action Park was not just the relaxed standards for ride safety, but all the employees were basically 16-year-olds and consuming beer and LCD. LSD? They were consuming LCD screens. Just munching on that shit. I'm not exaggerating either, straight up. Yeah. It would have been more interesting if they were just munching on, like, computer monitors. Back then, I guess, it wouldn't be computer monitor, LCD computer monitors. It would be like calculator screens. They're like, give me that display screen out of your Casio. I'm fucking wasted, and I'm hungry. They're injecting liquid crystal displays, yeah. Ever mainlined a computer monitor before? It's fucking wild, man. When am I getting this, like, 10% of the time? If that. Yeah, cathode ray tubes. Yum. I feel like this might be impossible. My ideal path might not be doable. I'm gonna keep trying though. Not even once. Dude, once is all it takes with a CRT. You'll get hooked, man. Break a fucking tooth too on that tube. Probably electrocute yourself on the tube as well. Remember old CRT tech when you turn that shit off at like you would see like the little it would like fade out and you'd see the little fucking little dot, and it would take a minute for like shit to not be on the visible on the screen anymore. I'm talking like old TVs. Like we had a black and white one when I was super young. It was like our secondary TV. It was like in a bedroom. And I remember it was like the kind that had the pull tab, like, or it had like the little knob to on off, and it had the tuners for UHF and VHF and shit. But you turn that TV off. I remember it would have like it would be like boo into like a tiny little dot in the middle, and it would go boop, it would disappear, and then there'd be a little like screen haze. You'd still see a little bit of after image, and then it would disappear. 6 fatalities at Action Park from 82 to 96. Half were drownings. Oh yeah, they had that death wave pool. 1 pixel too low. Come on, Donald. Get your fucking mouse stick nipples through that damn gap. Oh baby, this song, right? Come on, one fucking pixel. This is so difficult. Then you could run your hand over the screen to get all the static. Yep. And you go shock your brother with it. At least I would. Zap. I was curious and found out that Great Adventure in New Jersey had more deaths. However, 8 were in the haunted house fire. Damn. Was it the Garfield one? Was it the bizarre Garfield haunted house? If so, then I bet the culprit, the arsonist, was Odie. He was tired of Garfield picking on him. He's like, I'm gonna besmirch your good name, Garfield. Besmirch. This remix is called Frets of Fury, and for good reason. Haunted Mansion attraction, any? There was a stand-up roller coaster at Kings Island. I think it was called the King Cobra. That one looked freaky. I never rode it. Because I was a little pussy. A couple years later, I would have ridden it. The timing did not work out. The idea is kind of interesting. You're technically not standing. There's a tiny little seat. You're more like squatting a little bit. Your knees are slightly bent. There's like a tiny little bench-style seat right under your ass. But you're not really putting your weight on it, from what I understand. Like, all your weight on it. Now, that's a park. I don't know if you've ever been there, Rob, because it's not too far out of your area, right? It's like it's in Ohio. It's far, but not ish. But Cedar Point. If you like roller coasters, they've got so fucking many. Damn you, Donald. Really, I only have to do these rocks like 3 times. I think. And that's the hardest part of this run, are these rock glitches. They're like 3 choke points. Damn it. Come on. Alright, alright, alright. Oh, fuck that up. Was Kings Island. It's where you and your brother did one of the slingshot rides. Ah, okay, yeah. I never did those. The one that we went to a lot in Pittsburgh had one of those. I just never did, because it was like extra on top of just the typical park ticket price, and plus it was like scary as fuck. So I always used that as the excuse, like, it's just too much. I'm not gonna do that. It's just too much. But in reality, it just freaked me the fuck out. It still does. I still wouldn't ride that. Costs like 20, yeah. Probably costs like fucking $50 these days. It's fun. With the way that, like, insurance companies have just jacked up their rates in recent years, it's gotta be at least, like, fucking double or triple that $20 price these days. You gotta compensate for that shit. Come on, Donald. Let's see. Right there? Nope. In between these two. There. Nope. A little bit lower. It went up to 30 per person when it closed 2 years ago. Oh shit, they don't do it anymore? Did their rubber bands wear out and they just couldn't find replacements? It's like a reverse bungee jump, which is kind of crazy. You just needed space for other shit, probably. Shit, man, that one is so tough. I'm looking, I have my music player open right behind my game window, and I'm trying to line it up right there. Ooh, that was nice. I'm trying to line it up based on the song name listings, like because it's layered, like game window music for me. Like I'm trying to put the nose of his boat in between Animal Crossing New Horizons Together Again and Mega Man 2 or Mega Man 02 Amorphous Freeze. And it seems like if I can hit a sweet spot on that visual reference, maybe I can run through it like that. Need to find that video of the kid crying for his aunt on one of those rides, asking for her help while she just laughs her ass off. Dude, right? Like, adults are fucking jackasses. I mean, kids are fucking annoying, but like they're like, just like, haha, you think you're gonna die, and you might, but I think it's funny, so I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Now, where does this one line up at? Did you find it? What about the one where it's like a slingshot kind of ride like that, and the dude... Oh, it is this one. Doesn't he, like, start sliding out of the harness and shit? Is this the one I'm thinking of? This one's just, like, right next to a parking lot. They just have it right up at the edge of the park, I guess. Yeah, like, does he... Yeah, he starts slipping out. Dude, how even? How are you... Like, they've got the cross belts, right? And then it looks like there's something going around the center mass as well. How do you slide down and out of that? Or maybe you don't. He just started the slide and he's just not very tall, so his head was like squished down a little bit more, but like the arms caught the cross belts. I don't know. Oh, under thighs as well. Okay, so he can't slide very far. Gotcha. That's what I was thinking, is they had to like somehow be more than just the straps, the cross straps, and the belt, because you need something to stop you from sliding down and out from the underneath section there. Oh, absolutely. You bitch! Shit, come on. Maybe I need to not use that as the visual reference right now. Yeah, I didn't, and then I got through. Because I'm a badass on my own. Until I hit this one. Family Guy actually did a bit on that. I think I remember that. Because they'll make fun of whatever. That fucks me up whenever the second screen is scrolled. Or the first screen. Yeah, second screen. This one. When it's scrolled to the right on the second screen, then you end up having... You can't go up fast enough to get through that glitch. So then I forget where I'm at, and then I end up going straight up, and then I hit the island. Come on. Do better. Like that. It's too much. Too little. Too much. No, that was too little still. Too much. And then I overcompensated. Too much? Yep. Come on. There you go, Donald. You can get your speedboat through there, buddy. There's room. There's room to fit. Same with that one, but you were 1 pixel too fucking low. And then this one I go up, and I go down and up. So for that fish one, I actually... Womp. This one's the run. I love that they did... Oh yeah! That was fucking great. I remember that one for sure. Not a huge fan of that show, but some bits are pretty amazing. It's hit or miss for me. This one. This one. This one. Nope, this one. Or was it this one? There she is. This one. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Shit. This one. This is a run. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, that was clean on that island. Bloody, bloody tears. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Why did I do that? Thought you had that one. I did too. That one was going well. We got the first 2 rock gaps, and then fucked it up. But that means we're making progress. I'm getting... I know it still looks like shit, but I am getting some muscle memory for it. Because we can get through those gaps every once in a while. So, Peter kept scaring Brian when he was naked, so Peter shaved his fur and started oh, yes! Why do you have so many nipples? There was one where they got... Peter and Lois were like super high. They smoked a bunch of weed because they were in like a talent contest. They were like a hippie kind of Sonny and Cher kind of duo, and I think Brian or Stewie, one of the kids or the dog, I can't remember. Somebody walked in and they were just laying on the couch completely naked, like spooning. Peter was the big spoon, and I think it was Brian, because Brian like saw her naked basically but covered up, and he was getting all hot and bothered and shit. But she was like, "Hey Brian, he's knocking at the back door. Should I let him in?" Because they were just like super fried. And Brian was like, he's knocking on the back door. Should I let him in? Just right on the family couch right there in the living room, with the curtains wide open to Spooner Street. Wasn't Brian all like wrinkly and gross looking when he was shaved too? One of the bests was when he owed Stewie money and Stewie kept beating the shit out of him. "Where's my money, Brian? Where's my money? Don't fuck with me. Where's my money?" And I think that one ended where he eventually like beat the shit out of him, broke a bunch of his bones, and then like caught him on fire with a flamethrower. And then Brian was like, "Okay, we'll go to the bank." Peter was crying when he started touching him. The wife came in and started screaming about a rat. Oh yeah. Do 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 do. All right. Come on. There it isn't. There it isn't. Too low. Fuck. I like how they all hate Meg. With all the different things going on in all their lives, they can all rally around hating Meg. Shut up, Meg. There's a doctor in the house. This is probably why those people did not, the other people who currently have the record, didn't do it this way. Because it's like nigh impossible. I'm guessing that's why they didn't try this route. Or they just didn't give a shit. They just were like, yeah, we got through it faster. We're done. In theory, I should be able to break their current record. If I can do this path. It's a big if. So far, it's not happening. Damn it. Damn it, Donald! Look at the water spray coming off of his boat too. That's a nice touch. That way you know he's going fast. Zoom, zoom. Come on, Donnie. Come on, Donnie. Do I not have this music on shuffle anymore? I think it just went track to track right there. I don't want that shit. I mean, I don't mind the song, but it should be shuffling. Every day we're shuffling. Oh, I see. It just shuffled all the fucking songs. Okay. I thought it was just gonna shuffle as it played, but it actually shuffled the entire fucking playlist. You'd think they could have managed at least a few pixels for an outboard motor at the back. Yeah, like... Were they even trying? I doubt it. They couldn't have been trying. Else there would have been a motor. Oh, baby. Loving me some of that. Don't fuck it up. I mean, I fucked up those last couple screens, but... 52 160. What is the... 52 160. Check the run, the top run. Yeah, that one wasn't bad. Pretty good. I just want to see what their I want to see what their score is at the end. Why is this dude not starting his fucking timer in this? This guy's speedrun video is very confusing. Okay, he's on 1. Why is he not starting yet? What the fuck is going on with his timer? Why is all this shit in his fucking, he's got a 9-minute fucking video. For his speedrun submission. Here we go. Okay, if I can get a straight line through the second, okay, so for second screen, he's going like this. Second screen, he's coming in. What's up, DJ? How you doing? That last run looked good. Did you do it? I'm not timing tonight, DJ. I'm just doing some practice right now. This number one person right now, they're going up here, which technically is losing them time, right? So if I can just go straight through, this has to give me an advantage a little bit just on screen one. And then in their second screen, they go through this upper rock like I did. I think this is the only rock that I glitched through in my initial run. The one just behind Donald right now. Then they go up here, but then on screen 3, they're moving around like this. And they're losing time that way too. So if I can get a clean run where I'm going across this line where I'm on this top island, but it's still letting me go at full speed. Also, I have to gain a little bit of advantage there, I would think. Tired? Yeah, not too bad. I imagine you're tired. It's in the middle of the morning. But really what I want to see here is I want to see what his score is at the end. Then he goes up over... Then he goes through the diagonal gap again. He doesn't glitch through the rock. He goes up there, right. He glitches through the second rock, which is what I didn't do on mine. So he's got some wiggle room. He's at 51... What is it? 51,660? 51,660. Oh shit, I forgot what I was at. I'll have to go back in the video. Damn it. I'm gonna do... Let's see. I'm gonna close this down. Almost 5 a.m. The best time of the day. Not too shabby. It looks... I'm gonna take another break here really quick in a few minutes, but I'm gonna go through another run here. It looks like I'm still doing terribly, DJ, but I actually have gotten better. I can feel it. There is some muscle memory like that. I can shoot that gap. Not every time, and not even close to every time, but a lot more consistently than I was. So I can tell that there's definitely some progress, at least on this first little bit here. I'd say I'm at like 10 or 15% of the time at the moment, shooting that gap properly. But that's what practice is for. I can't remember. I wish I remember what that score was. Because if you have a lower score at the end, you should have gone faster, I think. Because you've traveled less distance. I think. Is how that works. Because if I go down one... Am I gaining? No. What is causing the score to increase then? Oh, it's when you get to a certain point. Yeah. So that means, I think that means if I get to the end with a lower score than the record holder, then that means I'm quicker. I think. But let me see something here. Ba, ba, ba. I wonder if I can go back in the VOD and check that really quick. Ba-da-ba-da. That run happened right before DJ came in, right? Do-do-do-do. Meow, meow. I think it was this run. Hang on. I fucked up the last two screens, but still, what am I at? 52, 160. I know this is thrilling content to watch right now as I'm just looking at my score and time and shit. Okay, he was still quicker then. He's at 51,660. I was at 52,160. So like 500 point difference. So I think he's still a little bit quicker. I think he's a little bit quicker than me still. We're going to do some more practice here, but I'm going to take another quick break. So for DJ, I'm going to play this song. BRB. It's not even Plock. It's a song that you like. From a game that you like. It's not even Plock, dude. It's from Faster Than Light. Clock music is always better. I know this to be true. With my entire being. Down into the cockles of my being. And even the subcockle area. Everybody knows the song is better. Because this game is better than Faster Than Light. Just saying it. Clock is better than Faster Than Light. What's up, M39? We're back at it. Just had another puff. Probably go for another, like, 30 minutes or so. Got a lot of practice in tonight. I feel like I've made a little bit of progress. But never know. It might be at the point where my muscle memory is going to be as good as it gets tonight. And then next time I come in and play it, I'll miraculously be a lot better. That's what that's what I'm going to think is going to happen. That's what I tell myself in my mind. I'm going to come in next time and just fucking one-shot it. I just want to blow those other speedrunners' minds when they see my completed run through here, glitching through rocks on like fucking 4 or 5 screens. There's like 3 like this and maybe 2 more, so maybe like 5 total rock glitches. I hope it blows their mind when I submit it and I'm like, look fuckers, I'm under 26 seconds. Now what? Eat my asshole. And then they're gonna have to like come in here and practice this shit over and over again. Who likes those biker mice from Mars? This song's pretty dope. Wonder what system this game was on. Biker Mice from Mars game, because this is all video game music. Was it NES? Was it Genesis? Can't remember. Did I play it? Should I play it? Was there a cartoon in the 90s? Biker Mice from Mars? Or were they action figures? I think there was a cartoon for at least a season. Biker Mice from Mars? I remember there were Street Sharks because Vin Diesel played with some Street Sharks at some sort of like convention. There's a video of him pitching these new Street Shark toys. I think it was Super Nintendo. That sounds right. They were both? Okay. Because I remember, like, Street Sharks, I think it was, like... I think they were mainly just toys, and they did a short-run season of a cartoon, and it wasn't very well received, but I remember the toys being pretty huge. Street Sharks. What's weird is there were so many of those, like, one-season cartoons back then that were just all over the place. But they seem like so much bigger of a part of my life than they really were, because I look back at shit like that and I was like, oh, Street Shark that was only one season? It's kind of crazy to think about, because it just seems like, what is this little vest? Vin Diesel, you mean? In that video where he's acting like a kid playing with the fucking Street Sharks? Rawr! It's a fun video. Which I guess proves that when he plays, what's his fucking in all those car movies, he actually is acting, and that's not actually who Vin Diesel is. Because you can see he's more like, you can see his like actual character, his actual personality, and something like that. So I guess maybe he's just an amazing fucking actor, and he's just really good at acting like a musclehead kind of douchebag dude. But then he played the same character in those, essentially in those Triple X movies. Just found some dude selling a VHS copy of The Lion King for $600,000. Is there a shortage of Lion King available? I guess VHS, but like, yeah, good luck with that, buddy. Now, if it was the VHS of Little Mermaid with the original like penis in the castle on the cover art, maybe. But VHS of The Lion King? Why? So that I can see the letters SFX for sound effects in the one scene that everybody misinterpreted as sex. Goes for a couple of hundred. Yeah, even that's not 600,000. That's fucked up. I swear we had that. I wonder if my sister still has this, because she was super into Disney movies, and we had those a ton of those plastic case VHS Disney movies. I'm assuming she took them all when she moved out and had kids and shit. I should see if she can find it. If she still has it, take a picture of the cover for me. For a few hundred thousand. Halloween, Star Wars, and another early one with unopened first release copies. I guess for something like Star Wars, unopened, that's... Oh, and first release, especially for Star Wars, right? Because by the time it went to video, was it A New Hope yet, or was it still just Star Wars for the first print of the VHS? Can't remember the timeline of all that. Because was there a secondary run in the theater where they added the tagline, or did they do that partway through the original run? Oh, okay. I just want to see that Little Mermaid dong cover again, because I swear it had it fucking on it. But it's like another one of those Mandela effect things, right? Like maybe it's like Berenstain. Maybe there was never a dick on that front cover. There was absolutely a dick on that cover. 100%. Why did I do that? But I never noticed it was. Yeah. I think I'd heard rumor of it, because, you know, back then it was always like, oh, there's a wiener on Little Mermaid, and oh, the priest pops a boner at the end of the movie, and it says sex in The Lion King. So you hear those rumors, right? Pre pre-major internet days, you would just hear the word of mouth, and so then you'd go back and look for that shit. I think is what happened. I just had randomly heard about it, and I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm picturing it in my head. I'm picturing that Little Mermaid's dick in my head right now, like I have the box of the case in my memory as a kid, and I'm pretty sure it had it on it. Pretty sure that Little Mermaid had a dick. Just saying. Oh, did they? Kind of like Tyler Durden Fight Club type shit? Was it just like one frame like that? So nobody noticed until somebody noticed? That one frame in Who Framed Roger Rabbit where you can see her, she's not wearing underwear. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I bet you it's hard to find a VHS copy of that movie that's not just worn out and broken, because people had to. That had to be one of the most paused scenes in VHS history, right? Had to have been. And then, like, the vertical hold was all shaking and shit, so, like, you couldn't even see a clear picture of it. But everybody would pause that shit and they'd be like, oh, look. She's not wearing any panties. A couple of frames where they were flying past a window and there's a nude woman from some porn movie. No shit. I don't think I've ever watched that movie. I remember seeing part of Rescuers Down Under. I don't remember the first Rescuers, though. I only watch the Rescuers when they're in Australia fisting people. I only approve of rescuers that fist the people that they're rescuing. Like, yeah, I wonder if there are any copies of Who Framed Roger Rabbit on VHS that still work. Or if the tape is just so worn out in that one spot on every single copy that they just don't exist anymore. You couldn't see it on VHS because it was too blurry, but it became well known. Released on Laserdisc. Gotcha. That makes sense. It's so weird when I hit this one. Hang on, I want to try. It's probably going to mess up my muscle memory, but... Oh, baby, look at that shit. But then if I go through here... Well, I can still do the next screen properly. You typed go twice because you were so excited to go frame by frame. Or maybe you were just quoting Wham. Wake me up before you go frame by frame to check out Jessica Rabbit's pantyless crotch. I'm pretty sure that's a direct quote from George Michael. I think I saw it in an interview once. Shit. This one's so tough. Not that the first, like the second screen here, not like this first rock gap isn't tough, but like that second one is even worse. Don't leave me hanging on like a yo-yo. Wake me up Before you go, take me dancing tonight. I wanna hit that high. Nope. I was like, oh yeah, Wham! You're such a upbeat poppy group. Wake me up before you go. And then all of a sudden George Michael was solo and he was like, I want your sex, and I was like, whoa, that's direct. I know that.
Never give up.
I don't know anything actually. I know that this song is from Toe Jam and Earl. Go. There you go, Donald. This is the run. Nope. This one's the run, Donald. Too low. Fuck. I felt it that time. Shaking that corgi booty. Russ Corgi sure could shake it. That ass. Come on. Come on. This is the run, this is the run. Shit. I was like, at a certain point, as I was zipping through those screens, I was like, why does Donald Duck have a banana on his face? It's just his fucking beak. I'm just baked, and I thought he was eating a banana. And I was like, whoa, buddy. Should you really be boating and banana-ing at the same time? Seems risky. But you need your potassium. You don't want your muscles to seize up as you're trying to drive the boat. So I get it. Hate to get like an arm cramp while you're trying to steer the boat. You end up driving into a rock. Which now it all makes sense. Somebody get this guy some bananas. So we can tell what scale he is, yeah. He's this big compared to a banana. I'm guessing it mostly just has to do with my state of mind at the moment. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably because of N39's bad influence. Have another puff, they said. It'll be fun, they said. And it was. I agree. This one is so tough. The post Huey, Dewey, and Louie screen is so tough. Yummy. I'm gonna play this game for December. Jazz Jackrabbit. You're a ginger, so you're pure evil. Daywalker! Gotta watch out. That's what South Park tells me. Gotta watch out for those gingers. Speaking of the South Park dudes, I heard they finally, after many setbacks and many increased budgetary items, they finally got their Casa Bonita restaurant opened up. And I think they're doing like like reservation type dining at the moment. Beard's turning white though. I get some white ones in there too. Nothing super significant yet. Casa Bonita. But it's been a labor of love from what I read, because they had to do a shit ton of renovations and upgrades to like code upgrades and shit. And they like are so they went so over budget and time frame. But they're the South Park guys. They've got the money. They got that South Park money. They got that Book of Mormon money. They've got that Cannibal the Musical money. Oh wait, no, that one. They didn't make any money off that one, I don't think. Cannibal the Musical. That was an interesting one. Book of Norman. Norman Bates. Norm from Cheers. Norman. I heard it's pretty good. Did you see it on Broadway, or was it a traveling show? Never been to a Broadway show before. There's a theater in Pittsburgh that we went to a few times growing up, though, and they had traveling cast shows come through there. It was called the Benedum Center. I don't know what it's called these days. I don't think it's called the Benedum anymore. It was a traveling show. Cool. That was a really fancy theater, though. It was really, really neat inside. Aladdin and Sweeney Todd? Hell yeah. Sweeney Todd would be way cool. I mean, Aladdin would be cool too, but... My parents saw, I think, Lion King once. Was it on... I don't know if it was on Broadway or if it was a traveling show, though. I can't remember. But they loved it. I saw Joseph in the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat once. It was not on Broadway. That was at that Benedum Center in Pittsburgh. But they had some famous dude playing Joseph in it. It wasn't like Donny Osmond original cast playing it, but like, I forget who it was. Somebody kind of famous in the stage theater world. It was good. Yeah, live theater's great. There's a local theater here where I live, but I mean, it's small community theater. It's fun to go to once in a while if the show is good. I'm not making much progress this now. I have never been to opera. I don't know if I'd want to go to opera. Maybe. But that's sort of adjacent to live theater. It's like theatrical music show. Have the Fringe Festival in the summertime where you can rent the venue and sales go towards the performer, anything goes. That's cool. Full frontal male nudity. Hey, I'm sure some people like that. Sure some people are into that. Oh shit, like anything goes. Damn, that's fucking performative art right there. They're just out there giving blowies in the park. That's the fun of the Fringe. I'm picturing it in a park, but it's probably like, is it a closed venue, like a building? Just immediately for like a festival in my mind, it went to like an outdoor park venue, and I was like, okay, we just give them blowies in the park, and that would be something. Usually people wait until after dark to do that. A little more incognito. A little more incognito. But still, just like on a stage, even in a closed venue, that's fucking crazy. That's like more that's more hardcore than like a fucking strip club. Shit. That transition screen is so damn hard. Who needs the red light district? Just go to the Fringe Festival. And get your jollies. It's wild that I've been streaming these same, like, 5 screens for the past 4 hours. It's hypnotic. It's something. Jank, maybe? I like the idea of this game, that it's just like Donald's out there just having a nice day on the lake. And I like that it's only one stage because the game was never finished and released. Just everything about it is just fucking weird to me. But I'll take it. Damn it. That was a bad third screen. Oh shit, why did I let go of the button? Come on. I let go of the actual, like, speed boost power, like the accelerator button, basically. So then he just slowed down really slow. So I'm thinking about Halloween games coming up here. Ooh, that was nice. The one that's always kind of intrigued me is what's it called? Frankenstein Through the Eyes of the Monster, and it's a point and click for, I think it's Sega CD, might be Saturn, I can't remember. It's a disc-based Sega system, and it had Tim Curry in it as Dr. Frankenstein, and it was all like FMVs and shit. So he was like, yeah, with Tim Curry. But I'm afraid of point and clicks. I don't know how hard that one is. I would have to I'd have to get a lot of help from chat probably at times. That's an option. I also you know, I was thinking Pugsley, but then I was like, nah, fuck that. I'll play Pugsley someday, but not this Halloween, I don't think. What was the other? Sorry, I'm taking a little break from this because shit was not working. Oh, there's Ghostbusters for Genesis Mega Drive that looked kind of cool. And then I know people have played a lot, like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein for Genesis, and I think there's no, sorry, wrong game. Bram Stoker's Dracula. There are a bunch of different versions. I think Mega Drive, Super Nintendo. I think like, but there's also a Game Boy version and a Game Gear version. I kind of want to play the Game Gear version. It seemed kind of fun. All you heard was Infernax? I think you heard wrong. Ghostbusters Genesis. So I'm thinking Ghostbusters Genesis. I'm thinking Bram Stoker's Dracula for Game Gear. Maybe Dracula for Game Boy as well, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking definitely Ghostbusters Game Gear. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. So I'm thinking probably Dracula for Game Gear, Ghostbusters for Mega Drive, Genesis, and we might try that Frankenstein with Tim Curry, which is for Saturn. It was on Sega Saturn. So that's what's coming up, I think. I mentioned that because I'm gonna wrap it up here soon, I think, because we're getting up on the 4-hour mark. I'm gonna give it a few more goes here, but I think that's what's coming up. I'm not. Are we gonna come back to more practice of this next stream on Thursday? I'm not sure yet. I might just sort of sprinkle that in, maybe like every other stream kind of situation for now, until I get good enough to do some actual runs. But with it being October, I do also want to play some Halloween spooky games. I also have Hocus Pocus for DOS, but I think I want to save that for December. Even though it's technically sort of like a spooky this season kind of game plot. It's more DOS than it is Halloween, I think. What's Infernax run on? Is that just a Windows game? I might have trouble playing it. So I think it's in my wish list, but I think I'm just waiting until it's dirt fucking cheap in case it doesn't work on my computer. I think is what the situation is for that one. Because if it's Windows only, I'm gonna have to run it through like crossover wine shit. Windows, that's what I thought. What's it going for these days? $20, yeah. I'm not saying it's out of my price range, like it's just it's out of my comfort zone for something that I don't know is gonna work. Did we run out of songs? Shuffle that playlist and start fucking over. Alright, here we go. Do 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 do. Shit. Louie, you fucking asshole. Damn kid ruined our run. Near. Come on, one more good run. No. Man, Atari 2600 was so damn great. Look at these cutting edge graphics and gameplay. Na. And this amazing music. The fucking music in this game. Oof. It's rough. No. Oh, fucking. Don't hit the fucking shoulder buttons, asshole. I loaded a save. Had these Baptist friends as a kid growing up, and they had an Atari with tons of games we played all the time. Did they have like Bible Champ Quiz Bowl or something? Trivial Pursuit Bible Edition, coming to an Atari 2600 near you. These were the days before Super Noah's Ark. Shit! Man, I was so close. So close to getting through this. Some sort of Bible show with super janky, that's funny. Na 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 na. Alright. Alright. Last couple, then I'm gonna go raid out to someone. Get me something to munch on. And start winding down for the night. Come on, muscle memory. Some spicy garlic Doritos? Hell yeah. Ooh, that sounds good. Sounds like it smells potent. Are they garlicky enough to keep Dracula away? Or is it just like a mild garlic? Because I like things garlicky. Give me that garlic. This is so tough. I'm not a super fan of raw garlic. I do enjoy it cooked because it brings out some sweetness. But I have eaten raw garlic. Man, that'll make you burp garlic for fucking days, it feels like. But I hear it's good as a dewormer, so if you ever find yourself with like a tapeworm, just eat a shit ton of raw garlic. Is what the internet might tell you. But I don't condone doing that. I don't condone doing anything that could be misconstrued as medical advice. Internet. Don't at me. Yeah, roasted garlic from the oven's great. I have a cousin who, I don't know if he still does, but he always used to do an annual hog roast. And they would oh, he used so much fucking garlic. It was amazing. He would just, you know, poke holes in the whole hog and shove garlic cloves in all these little holes all around. And holy shit, whenever it was done, you could like eat the raw garlic out of it. Or not the raw garlic. It's cooked garlic at that point, but it would like it took on like the pork juices and shit. It was so damn good. You just sit there and eat the like soft porky cooked garlic cloves. Super good. Shit. Alright. Alright. I gotta call it, I think. I'm not getting anywhere right now. I think my brain is maxed out with the practice for tonight. So I'm gonna call it there. Let me find a raid target. See who's streaming tonight. And I want to listen to... Do I have... I do. Let's listen to this song. And let me see who's streaming tonight. Thanks for hanging out tonight, everybody. Good to see ya. No. Who we got on here tonight? Let's go see Shorster. I don't know how much longer he's going to be streaming tonight, but he's playing some Resident Evil 4, I believe, and it's spoopy time, so let's go get spooked. Boom. Thanks for hanging out tonight, everybody. Good to see you, James. Thanks for hanging out. N39, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Rob, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Who else do we have here? We had some resubs. Dr. Fuzzy Boots, thank you for the resub. Who else do we have here? My chat window is so small because I adjusted my OBS a little bit. It's hard to see. DJ was here. He is in Slumberland now. Kay was here. And some other people were here, but that's as far back as my chat goes. So thanks for hanging out tonight, everybody. I'll be back on Thursday. I think, like I said, we're gonna alternate when we're doing some speedrun practice. So I think we're gonna do either Ghostbusters for Genesis, or more likely probably Bram Stoker's Dracula for Game Gear. One of the two. On Thursday. But until then, take care, stay safe. Bye for now.